Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Sri Guru Saranapama Eva Bhakti Sadma. Sri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakti Sadma. I think it's not joining. It's on now, but I'm waiting for you to put. Savadana mate Vandamoye savadana mate Dara prasade bhai He baba doriya Ayahara prasadi bhai He baba doriya jai Prasade bhai He baba doriya jai Krishna prati hoita hoite Krishna prati hoita Guru ka padma bhagya chitete koriba aikya Guru ka padma bhagya chitete Arana Gauri Homani Ansham Arana Gauri Ansham Arana Gauri Homani Ansham Ansham Guru Charane Rati Ese Utama Gati Sri Guru Charane Rati Ese Utama Gati Charane Rati Ese Utama Oye prasade pure sarva asha. Oye prasade pure sarva asha. Chakurdamna Dilake Channe Channe Prabhu se
Ao Chakudana Diloje, Channe Channe Prabhu se. Adivya Gyana Pide Prokrashito. Adivya Gyana Pide Prokrashito. Adivya Gyana Pide Prokrashito. O Prema Bhakti Chahoite Abhina Abhina Shayate. Prema Bhakti Chahoite Abhina Abhina Shayate. Avirigaya Harasarito. Avirigaya Harasarito. Ase Guru Karuna Sindhu Atama Janara Bandhu. Ase Guru Karuna Sindhu Atama Janara Bandhu. O Lokana Loke Rajivana. Lokanata Loke Rajivana. O Prabhu Kodoya. Dehomore Padachaya. Prabhu Kodoya. Dehomore Padachaya. Hey, Ekekachi Vishuti Bhuvana. Oh, Ekekasha Vishuti Bhuvana. Srila Prabhupada Padika Pavana. Srila Prabhupada Padika Pavana. Oh, Jai Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada, 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 Jayo Jayo Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada, Jagat Guru. Namam Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prestanya Bhutale, Srimad Bhaktivedanta Swami Nitinamine. Krishna Padaya, Krishna Prestanya Bhutale, Srimad Bhaktivedanta Swami Nitinamine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Anirvisesha Sanyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Sanyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi, Agaura Bhakta Vrinda, Sri Krishna, Prabhu Nityananda, Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi, Agaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Agaura Bhakta Vrinda Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Bolo bolo Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Hey, take. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Rama Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 no Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jayu Radha, Madan Mohan Radha, Madan Mohan Radhe. Jayo Radha, Madan Mohan Radha, Madan Mohan Radhe. Jayo Radha, Madan Gopal Radha, Madan Gopal Radhe. Jayo Radha, Madan Gopal Radha, Madan Gopal Radhe. Jai Jagannath, Jayo Jagannath, Jaya Baladev, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Jagannath, Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra. Jai Gaurani Jai, Gaurani Jai. Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura, Hari Bol. Jai Vishnupad Paramahansa Paravrajagacharya Shakashadesi Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jai Vishnupad Paramahansa Paravrajagacharya Shakashad Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada Ki Jai. Ananta Kodi Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai, Pandracharya Isi Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada Ki Jai, Namacharya Shri Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem se Kausi Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar, Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Ki Jai. Shri Radha Krishna Gopinath Shama Kund Radha Kund Ki Govardhan Ki Jai. Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai, Mayapram Ki Jai, Kankamai Ki Jai, Yamunamai Ki Jai, Bhakti Devi Ki Jai. Tulsi Maharani Ki Jai, Samveta Bhaktivedanta Ki Jai. All glories to some of the devotees, all glories to some of the devotees, all glories to Shri Guru and Gauranga, Guru Shri Prabhu.
Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Janavalabha Girivaradari Gopi Janavalabha Girivaradari Yasodhanandana Braja Janaranjana Yasodhanandana Braja Janaranjana Yamunatira Vanachari Yamunatira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Vishnupada Jagataya Siddhartha Shri Srimad Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Sri Prabhupada Ki Jai Jaya Vishnupada Paramahamsa Paribhra Jagataya Siddhartha Shri Srimad Divine Grace Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Maharaj Ki Jai Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai ISKCON Founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Grantaraj Srimad Bhagvatam Ki Jai Nitai Gaura Premanandi All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga. Guru, would you mind turning down the dial on the wall? Just turn it off. That way they don't hear the echo. Yep. Thank you, Guru. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
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 Reading from the Srimad Bhagvatam, Canto 10, Chapter 47, the Song of the Bee, and text 30. Yes, sorry, text 33. Etad antasamam nayo
Etad antaha samannayo.
yoga sankyam manishinam
Yoga Sankhya Manishinam.
Tyagastapodamassatyam
Jagastapo Satyam
Samudranta iva pagaha
Samudranti Vapagaha
Etad antasamamnayo
Itadanta Samannayo
Yoga Sankyam Manishinam
Yoga Sankhya Manishanam
Tyagastapodamassatyam
Jagastapo Satyam
Samudranta iva pagaha
Simudranti Vapagaha
Etad antasamamnayo
Itadanta Samannayo
Yoga Sankyam Manishanam
Yoga Sankhya Manishanam
Tyagastapodamassatyam
Jagastapo Satyam
Samudranta iva pagaha
Samudranti Vapagaha Etadanta Samamnayo
Etad antasamamnayo
Yoga Sankhya Manishanam
Yoga Sankyam Manishinam
Jagastapo Satyam
Tyagastapodamassatyam
Samudranta Vapagaha
Samudranta iva pagaha Etad antasamamnayo Yoga Sankyam Manishinam Tyagastapodamassatyam Samudranta Ivapagaha Etat Antasamamnayo Yoga Sankyam Manishinam Tyagastapodamassatyam Samudranta Ivapagaha. Anyone on Zoom like to chant?
Hare Krishna. Lucienne Prabhu, would you like to chant the verse?
Okay. Etat antanta samyayo yoga sankyam manishinam tyagastapodamassatyam samudranta ivapagaha. Thank you.
Thank you. Jai Shri Radhe Mataji.
Okay, Mataji. Etad anta samanya yoga sakyam manishinam tyago tapodamaha satyam samudrante iva pagaha.
Thank you. Debangsha Prabhu.
Etad antah samamnayo yoga sankhyan manishinam tyagyas tapo damaha satyam samudranta yavapagaha.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to
I
chant?
can do it, Mataji.
Okay, please go ahead, Mataji.
Hitadanta samamanya yoga sankhyan manishana tyagastapodama satyam samundaranta vapagaha.
Thank you. Etadanta samamnayo yoga sankyam manishinam tyagas tapodama satyam samudranta iva pagaha. And to you, Nita Ram Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Etat,
Etat.
having this,
Having this,
antaha, as its conclusion, samamnaya, the entire Vedic literature,
entire Vedic literature.
yoga,
Yoga,
standard system of yoga,
standard system of yoga.
Sankyam,
Sankhya,
the process of Sankhya meditation,
the process of Sankhya meditation.
by which one learns to discriminate between spirit and matter.
By which one learns to discriminate between spirit and matter.
Manisinam,
Manishinam,
of the intelligent.
of the intelligent.
Tyaga,
Yagaha,
renunciation.
renunciation.
Tapaha,
Tapaha,
austerity.
austerity.
Damaha,
Damaha,
sense control.
sense control.
Satyam.
Satyam,
You're looking for volume, Prabhu? We turned the volume up in the temple, but it should be.
it's perfect online.
You could adjust it on the soundboard itself. Sorry, we were at
Satyam.
Satyam
Satyam
and honesty.
and honesty.
Samudra Antaha,
Samudrantaha,
leading to the ocean.
leading to the ocean.
Iva,
Eva,
as
as
Apagaha,
Apagaha,
rivers.
the rivers.
Haribo. Can you turn it off on the wall? The dial. Thank you. Haribo. Translation and purport. According to intelligent authorities, this is the ultimate conclusion of all the Vedas, as well as all practice of yoga, Sankhya, renunciation, austerity, sense control, and truthfulness, just as the sea is the ultimate destination of all rivers. Please repeat, according to the intelligent authorities,
According to intelligent authorities,
this is the ultimate conclusion
this is the ultimate conclusion
of all the Vedas,
of all the Vedas,
as well as the practice of yoga,
as well as the practice of yoga,
Sankhya,
Sankhya,
renunciation,
renunciation,
austerity,
austerity,
sense control and truthfulness,
sense control and truthfulness,
just as the sea is the ultimate destination of all rivers.
just as the sea is the ultimate destination of all rivers.
Purport. Here, the Lord states that all Vedic literature is meant ultimately to bring the soul to the point of controlling the mind and senses and fixing them in transcendental self-realization. Thus, processes of so-called yoga, mysticism of religion that involve unrestricted sense gratification, are not actually spiritual processes, but rather convenient ways for foolish people to justify their beastly behavior. Lord Krishna here assures the gopis that by fixing their minds in self-realization, they will realize their spiritual oneness of the Lord, with the Lord. Thus, they will no longer suffer the pangs of separation. Om Ajnana Tamanandasya Jananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Unmilitam Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Sthapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Bhaktamayam Dadati Swabhadam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yukta Bhaktam Shri Vaishnavam Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatam Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadvitam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakanvitam Scha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dina Bandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namosute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpatarupascha Sindhu Evacha Tanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namaha Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasati Gaur Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. According to intelligent authorities, this is the ultimate conclusion of all the Vedas, as well as all practice of yoga, Sankhya, renunciation, austerity, sense control, and truthfulness, just as the sea is the ultimate destination of all rivers. So this chapter is called the Song of the Bee, and at this point in time, Krishna apparently is absent from Vrindavan. I'm giving a little summary because we have a guest here who hasn't been present for all the classes. So the Krishna has been absent apparently from Vrindavan, and the residents of Vrindavan, particularly the gopis, have been very much distressed by this. And knowing this, Krishna sends a very close associate of his, Uddhava, to Vrindavan. Uddhava is a very qualified devotee, and he, I think, actually, was there not? Oh, yeah, it was just when description of his qualities at the beginning. You know how he resembles Krishna very much in his appearance. A very intelligence. Well, and Krishna wanted to bestow great mercy upon him so that he could come and experience this separation that the devotees are experiencing, the gopis are experiencing. I'm just going to put mute on here for now because not everybody is muted on Zoom. Okay. You should still be able to hear me though.
We can hear you.
So yes, now he has come and he's spoken to the Uddhava. As he's arrived in Vrindavan. He's been received very nicely, and he has spoken to different residents of Vrindavan. Now he's speaking with the gopis, who are have been experiencing great anxiety of Krishna's separation, and he has been giving them this message now directly from Krishna. So here's these verses that we're reading right now are the message that Krishna sent, particularly here to the gopis, particularly to Srimati Radharani, of course. In this verse, in the purport, it says, here the Lord states that all the Vedic literature is meant to ultimately bring the soul to the point of controlling the mind and senses and fixing them in transcendental self-realization. Translation itself, when it says this is the ultimate conclusion, it's referring to the previous verse. Text 32, it says, as a person just arisen from sleep may continue to meditate on a dream, even though it is illusory, so by the agency of the mind, one meditates on the sense objects, which the senses can then obtain. Therefore, one should become fully alert and bring the mind under control. So in that verse, it's talking about how, just like our senses become captivated, and we meditate on those basically illusory things, just like they're in a dream. We meditate on them so that our senses can acquire them. When our mind becomes captivated by objects of this world, then the mind wants to acquire them, and our senses acquire whatever objects that we're trying to enjoy. Therefore, one should become fully alert and bring the mind under control, because otherwise the mind will cause us to chase so many things. So the verse today, this is the ultimate conclusion of all the Vedas, as well as all the practice of yoga, that one must control the mind. And this sentence in the purport, thus processes of so-called yoga, mysticism, or religion that involve unrestricted sense gratification are not actually spiritual processes, rather convenient ways for foolish people to justify their beastly behavior. So processes of so-called yoga. We, of course, have to remember that we have a process of yoga, bhakti yoga. And so it becomes basically so-called bhakti yoga. Ever heard that expression, so-called bhakti yoga? What do you think about that? If I were to read the sentence like that, thus processes of so-called bhakti yoga that involve unrestricted sense gratification are not actually spiritual processes. No, I'm putting that in there. Yeah. But rather convenient ways for foolish people to justify their beastly behavior. Do you think that's a justified thing to do? Yeah. So-called bhakti yoga, which is, bhakti yoga is an actual spiritual process. So-called bhakti yoga would be a convenient way for someone with unrestricted senses, or in other words, a foolish person, to justify beastly behavior. So we do have to, keep in mind that. So now, of course, we're reading from the 10th canto, which is basically dipping into the most esoteric features of our philosophy, the separation that the gopis feel from Krishna, the purest devotees of the Lord, who can't bear the separation from Krishna for even for a moment, and whose service is unparalleled amongst all forms of devotional services. The gopis, who are the most pleasing to Krishna, especially Srimati Radharani. So here we are, and Krishna is talking about controlling the mind in this very chapter. Of course, he goes on. The message really doesn't stay there. The next verse, in some coming verses, he actually talks about the real reason why he left, so that to intensify their love for him. So this is kind of, you could say, the preamble to his message. But it's interesting that here we are in the 10th canto in such chapters. We're still reading, this kind of detail, even though it's like in the midst of a very intimate part of the Bhagavatam. Still, there's a stress here on controlling the mind. Of course, we understand that it's not the gopis who need instruction on controlling their minds, and Krishna is, he's crafted this message in a way that ultimately pleases them very much, which becomes, apparent as we keep reading. But if we forget, though, okay, so my point was that even though we're reading this and we're in the heart of this section of the Bhagavatam, and it's so much focus here on the mood of love and what we might, I guess, consider to be the spontaneous side of bhakti. It's not that the gopis have to endure a process at this point. They are completely and spontaneously in love with Krishna. But because we are conditioned souls, we have to remember and keep in mind that we're engaged in a process of yoga and actual yoga. So the yoga system, whether it's the bhakti yoga system or the hatha yoga or whatever form of yoga is there described, the focus is one of the key aspects is controlling the mind. And so, we may forget that as we get absorbed in everything else that's available to hear in our literature, in our process. But if we go on in bhakti yoga and we don't have the sense of it being a process of controlling the mind, then it's basically it's a so-called yoga that we're trying to, so-called bhakti yoga. And how do we know if it's so-called bhakti yoga or not? Well, here, and again, yoga is something that is meant to be directed inward. That's something that is characteristic of the yoga process. It's not that the yoga process gives us a tool to judge somebody else's yoga or to judge somebody. It's not a tool by which we measure others. It's actually meant to be a tool in which we observe ourselves. It's meant to be applied inward. That's the point. It's not for us to apply it to others. That's what I mean. Not meant for us to apply these things to others. It's meant to apply to ourselves. Of course, in the course of doing that, we may, then make decisions in life about who we associate, not because we want to be judgmental towards others, but we may be attracted to the integrity, you could say, of somebody's bhakti yoga practice and be impelled or attracted to associate with people who clearly are engaging in a process of yoga where they're controlling their mind, versus when we become more aware of what controlling the mind means, and we may be less attracted to associate with people who have less control over their mind and behavior. And that doesn't mean to say that we're using a yoga process to judge others, but rather using the discrimination that we have as we become educated through the process of yoga to make favorable decisions to help strengthen our bhakti. But here, it's really measured in a person's behavior. That's the point in the purport. That the reason why a so-called bhakti yoga practice might emerge is because there's some beastly behavior that I have that I don't want to deal with. And that beastly behavior, if I don't want to change it, then, I can couch myself in a process and call it bhakti yoga. I can put on the tilak, I can put on the dhoti, I can even chant japa. And there will be, of course, some of these items have if one's actually going to chant japa, there's going to be some purification. But in terms of a whole process, like we could hand beads to anybody. Anybody can walk in the door and we can say, chant Hare Krishna on these beads, and they can sit there. And that happens sometimes, right? During the japa period, someone will sit down, Manu will go over and grab some beads out of the cupboard, hand them some beads, and they may not be devotees. They may not be following a bhakti yoga process, but it's okay. There's still going to be some benefit. And so similarly with me, when I pick up my japa beads, obviously there's going to be some benefit when I'm sitting there chanting my japa. But how am I situated in the process as a whole? Japa is a part of the process. Of course, it's an intricate part, a deeply important part of the process. But what's the whole system here that I'm applying to myself? Am I actually applying a system of yoga to my life where my beastly behavior is, I'm being impacted because there's something I need to change. Like if we didn't have beastly behavior, we wouldn't be here. No, this is like Kali Yuga is the place for beastly behavior. That's our eligibility. The big birth in Kali Yuga is because we somehow wanted to be beasts of this age. And so here we are. So it's a given that we have some kind of beastly behavior, even though we may not be conscious of it ourselves, or we, think it's a problem. I may not think my beastly behavior is a problem. But if I don't become aware, if the yoga system that I'm applying to my life isn't impacting me to the point where these kinds of behaviors are being confronted internally and I'm having to make some adjustment, then this is a so-called yoga system. It's a so-called practice of bhakti yoga, a so-called practice of any yoga. There is actual change that needs to take place in the heart, and it's measured in a person's, like it's measured here in terms of behavior. And we see that these kinds of behaviors are greatly glorified in our Shastra. And the beastly behaviors, or things that are unfavorable, that make a farce of our yoga practice, they are condemned in our scriptures, and there's examples of all of it, especially in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. There's examples of very, very, like, you could say, devotional behavior, where, you know, Lord Chaitanya is associating intimately with his closest, you know, and dearest devotees. There's this beautiful chapter in the Chaitanya Charitamrita where Lord Chaitanya is returning from South India, and the devotees returning to Jagannath Puri from South India, and King Prataparudra becomes aware, because Gopinath Acharya, he comes and he tells him, he says, all of these devotees are on their way here. I would like to have all arrangements made for them. I'd like a place for them to stay, all of their Sodom arrangements, whatever. I just want everything to be. And so the king says, yes, by all means, like, and he gives some instructions. And then, but he hears that all these devotees are coming, so he says, Sarvabhaumacharya was also there, and he said to Sarvabhaumacharya, please introduce me to all these associates. It was like the first time they had come to Jagannath Puri, because Lord Chaitanya was returning. Lord Chaitanya had returned, actually, and word had been sent to Navadvip and around that Lord Chaitanya had returned. And so then all the devotees became very happy and traveled to Jagannath Puri to meet Lord Chaitanya. So upon their arrival, King Prataparudra, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, and Gopinath Acharya, they went to the roof of the palace so that they could see the devotees arriving. And as they were watching, the king was asking, who is this? Who is that? And watching how they were behaving together. Who is this person that was just garlanded in this way? Why have they done this? Why have they done that? He's inquiring about their behavior and trying to understand it, because he understands they're great souls. And so this chapter goes on to focus on, like, the meeting of these devotees with Lord Chaitanya, and how, you know, for example, when he sees what's the name of what's his name? Mukunda's brother, Murari Gupta. And when he sees Murari Gupta, he says to him something very nice. I can't actually remember right now. I should have just hauled out the chapter. It's such a beautiful chapter to read. When Murari Gupta is glorified by Lord Chaitanya, Murari Gupta decides to glorify his brother, who is Mukunda, and how much favor Lord Chaitanya is, even though Mukunda is the younger brother of Murari Gupta, he says, actually, he's my superior because he's received your mercy. And similarly, or was it Vasudev Dutt? I'm sorry, I should have prepared better. My point is that all of the behaviors were so refined, and that there's a whole chapter just describing how they had these loving exchanges. It's like it goes on and on. Just Lord Chaitanya just interacting with his devotees, and it's so purifying to read the Chaitanya Charitamrita and hear the language that's spoken between Lord Chaitanya and his devotees, and how they respond, and just like how refined and spiritual is the behavior. And of course, this is the whole Chaitanya Charitamrita, serving, you know, the great devotion, and how it plays out in the behavior of the devotees. How it plays out in the behavior of King Prataparudra, who's like so pained because Lord Chaitanya doesn't want to meet him. decides he wants to give up his life because Lord Chaitanya isn't interested in having his association because he's a king, and a sannyasi shouldn't associate with a king. So there's this whole, you know, development of a, you know, we just say there's this tension that starts to happen because the king is becoming increasingly in anxiety, and clearly Lord Chaitanya is going to meet him because he's obviously a devotee, and the devotee and the other devotees know this, but how it's going to take place, nobody knows except for Sarvabhauma comes up with an idea how it might take place. And so as we hear all of these pastimes of Lord Chaitanya with his devotees, it's so purifying because we hear the beautiful behavior and the beautiful way that the devotees conduct themselves. But the Chaitanya Charitamrita also has other lessons for us as well, where Lord Chaitanya gives examples of beastly behavior, like when he was on that tour in South India before returning to Jagannath Puri, he was traveling with that Brahmin. What was his name? Brahmin that we traveled with in South India, Krishna Das. No, Balabhadra was to Vrindavan. Yeah, I think the south was Krishna Das.
Sudama.
And so Krishna Das was traveling with Lord Chaitanya, and he was became captivated by what were they called, the Vatataris or something like that. Yeah, some gypsies. He became attracted to associate with for beastly sense gratification. While he was traveling with Lord Chaitanya, of course, he was a great devotee. Nobody can just travel with Lord Chaitanya and not be a great devotee, obviously. So in this pastime, there's a lesson for us here as well. It's like somehow this pastime plays out for our benefit. So Lord Chaitanya rescues him, and then he from that association, and he brings him back to Jagannath Puri. And it was actually after a meeting with all of his associates in this way, later he calls, I think it was Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, he was maybe sitting with Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, and he calls for Krishnadas, this person who fell prey to sense gratification in that tour to South India. And he says to Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, he says, just look at this person, just consider his behavior. While he was with me, he did this. He went and I rescued him though. But now after rescuing him, I'm informing him that he can go where he likes. He's no longer under my care. And so Krishnadas was crushed utterly when he heard this, and he just started to cry. The devotees were merciful and made some arrangement and to keep him in Lord Chaitanya's service. And actually, it was before, because it was Krishnadas that went to Navadvip to inform the devotees that Lord Chaitanya had returned. Then they all came. So my timeline is a little messed up here, but I hope that you're following the gist of what I'm getting at here. Yeah, the point. The point is that in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, there are examples of what would appear to be so-called bhakti yoga. Where a person's behavior, despite in this case even being in the association of Lord Chaitanya himself, what to speak of putting on some tilak and wearing a dhoti and chanting on some beads, right? Like, try actually being in the presence of Lord Chaitanya and still having some kind of beastly behavior, right? Like, of course, again, this is a pastime, but we're supposed to apply this to our own situation. And so what to speak of myself, it's not just the fact that I go through the motions or have all of the paraphernalia that make my practice of bhakti yoga legitimate. It's the legitimacy of my practice of bhakti yoga is reflected in how I behave, because how we behave is a reflection of our consciousness, and it's our consciousness that is impacted by bhakti yoga. So therefore, our behavior must, by definition, change or be adjusted somehow. There's other examples in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. There's the example of Chota Haridas, right? Again, a pastime. And again, Lord Chaitanya just showing the importance of, a person's behavior. This whole pastime was clearly for our instruction because Lord Chaitanya did accept Junior Haridas after he rejected him. He did actually accept him after Junior Haridas, Chota Haridas left his body. But the point is that there was a behavior that was checked and exemplified by Lord Chaitanya about how someone in a renounced order of life should be associating with women or not. And then, of course, these are two kind of extreme examples that seem pretty simple, like, okay, well, if you're going to go off and associate in a way that you shouldn't. Of course, with Junior Haridas, it's like, that was a hard one to understand. but Lord Chaitanya was clearly, he was like, there's no, this is such a point in terms of a person who's a renunciant, a bhakti yogi renunciant. There's no give. There's no, in terms of their behavior. But, also there's more, you could say, subtle examples like Lord Chaitanya, he would not even hear, even like sometimes for whatever reason, people would want to approach Lord Chaitanya and they would write something that was meant to glorify the Lord in the mood of bhakti, and they would want to share that with Lord Chaitanya, but Lord Chaitanya wouldn't even hear it without Sarup Damodar, without Sarup Damodar hearing it first, because Lord Chaitanya didn't want to be exposed to any kind of sound vibration that even had a tinge of deviation from the right mood. There had to be like the right mood. And so if there was like so then there's this example of the devotee who showed up with his poem wanting to glorify Lord Jagannath, and so Swarup Damodar listened to that poem, and all the devotees thought it was very, very nice, but Swarup Damodar was able to understand how there was something in the person's mind that was in the poem that illustrated that he didn't actually understand the nature of Jagannath and Lord Chaitanya, and who Lord Chaitanya actually was. So that's very subtle, right? It's like Lord Chaitanya didn't want to be exposed to the slightest, even mental deviation. What to speak of like gross deviation in terms of our behavior. And then there's all kinds of the list goes on. There's the example of the Brahmana who insulted Srivas Thakur by putting all the paraphernalia of Durga worship, Kali worship in front of his place. And then, how did he react to that? He comes out and he says, oh yes, look, I'm worshiping Kali. And all the Brahmins say, well, obviously this isn't true. Some person who's trying to insult you has done this. You should just clean this up right away. And Lord Chaitanya understood and who had done what. And that Brahmin who insulted Srivas Acharya in that way, he became very diseased. And then he was even able to ask Lord Chaitanya for forgiveness, and Lord Chaitanya was like heavy on him, right? He wouldn't give him any relief until he begged forgiveness from Srivas Thakur for his offense. Then there's the example of Ramachandra Puri and how he was bent on just criticizing people. He was bent on it. It's like if there was nothing to criticize, he would try to find something with his imagination to make it to criticize. He was trying to find something to criticize Lord Chaitanya with, but he couldn't. So therefore, when he saw some ants, he thought, well, he must be eating sweets. He must be eating too many sweets, otherwise those ants wouldn't be there. It's like just total mental concoction. So there's like a hard line in the Chaitanya Charitamrita that we must read this book. We have to read the Chaitanya Charitamrita and understand like what our behavior should be, what does actual legitimate Bhakti Yoga look like versus so-called Bhakti Yoga. And we shouldn't think because we've been chanting for so many years, we're wearing tilak, we're initiated, that just because of all those things, our Bhakti are like that, we're just some legitimate, everything about our practice is legitimate. It may actually be, we have to be that introspective. Not that we go around looking at others thinking, oh, here's some false Bhakti yogi. It's not like, that's not the point. The point is that it's meant to be directed inward towards ourselves. I'm supposed to look at my own behavior and become aware of my tendencies that need to be corrected. And if I can't find those, it means there's something that I'm not aware of, and there's something that is in my practice of Bhakti Yoga that just hasn't penetrated my heart yet. There's something missing. I haven't been able to pinpoint it. Krishna consciousness is a dynamic process, which means our heart should be in a constant state of growth. And growth is something that means that something is changing. It's not that we remain the same day after day. Our behavior remains the same day after day, month after month, year after year, decade after decade. It's like our behavior actually needs to transform. And if that transformation isn't taking place, we're not practicing Bhakti Yoga, at least in its entirety. So, yes, nice to see your,
Yeah, but like to read a book. First of all, when I was reading this purport, I've read it, I don't know how many times now. I was not very fond of it. Because I particularly didn't like the word beastly behavior. And you mentioned at least 50 times, beastly behavior. So you've been going on ad nauseum about the beastly behavior. And I was thinking, how absolutely ironic. Here Krishna is giving the best information. We don't even spend a minute talking about the information. We're going to the faux yogi and starting attacking the faux yogi. Instead of talking about what that information would have given about Krishna, the ultimate conclusion of the Vedas, as well as the practice of all the yoga, Samkhya, renunciation, etc., just as the sea is the ultimate destination of all rivers. Why don't we talk about that? That brilliant, blissful ocean through which we're all going. That's the final point. Can we please have a footnote?
I stand humbled by your comment, and certainly my class has been ghastly. But do you enjoy any of the pastimes from the Chaitanya Charitamrita? Yes. Yes. Well, thank you for putting us on track here. We do have a few minutes, so maybe we can focus on that part, so it's not a total loss. So your point is that the ultimate conclusion of all the Vedas, as well as all practice of yoga, Shankya, renunciation, austerity, sense control, and truthfulness, just as the sea is the ultimate destination of all rivers. Well, how about we end on this note? I'll read a verse that's appropriate from the Bhagavad Gita. So this is verse number 70. Just because the text here says, just as the sea is the ultimate destination of all rivers. A person who is not disturbed by this seems relevant, right? Because it's talking about the controlling the mind, you could say. Text 70, chapter 2. A person who is not disturbed by the incessant flow of desires that enter like rivers into the ocean, which is ever being filled but is always still, can alone achieve peace, and not the man who strives to satisfy such desires.
Isn't that beautiful? Brahma Nirvana Marichiti. That is the very essence of the teachings of the comprised Gita, chapter 2.
It's a good place to, I think, end the class. See if there's other comments or questions. I see Jai Govinda here, Leelananda, Guru, Jagan.
Put you can mute this and switch on the other one, please, so everybody can listen.
Okay, go ahead.
Hare Krishna.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nitai Ram Prabhu. I thought it was a brilliant class. And well, the first thing that I thought, like so-called bhakti yoga or bhakti yogi, is, you know, a devotee who uses devotional service to justify his beastly behavior. And that is the worst offense. And seventh offense, commit beastly activities on the strength of chanting the holy name. That came to mind at the very beginning. And then when you're reading about the Chaitanya Charitamrita, it's so important to study Chaitanya Charitamrita, and initially the teachings of Lord Chaitanya, because that teaches us how to become a devotee and how to watch for pitfalls, which you so brilliantly expressed so many times right off the top of your head. I was very impressed, actually. So much so that this first book that Srila Prabhupada produced when he came to the West, the first one that was put into print and came out, was the teachings of Lord Chaitanya. Prabhupada was so keen on the teachings of Lord Chaitanya so we can learn how to be proper devotees. And then Bhagavad Gita came out just a little after that. And it's a fallacy to think that, you know, Chaitanya Charitamrita is just postgraduate. Yeah, it is, but at the same time, it's something that right from the very beginning, Prabhupada started giving classes 1966, 26 Second Avenue. He was giving regular classes on the Chaitanya Charitamrita.
Sanatana Goswami, particularly that pastime, right?
And then there are other quality books like the basic books, the Nectar of Instruction, very important. Nectar Devotion, very important. It's not just, yes, hearing the pastimes of Krishna purifies us, but we also have to regularly hear about, you know, the 6 things that are favorable for devotional service, the 6 things that are unfavorable to devotional service, what is the execution of devotional service? What are things that we should be doing? These are from these books. And by constantly reminding ourselves, then it's easier for us to check internally. Are we making progress or are we not making progress? Which is a point that you emphasized a few times. So anyway, I thought it was a really good class. And any class that makes a lot of reference to Chaitanya Charitamrita, in my opinion, is a good class. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. Leelananda Prabhu. Oh, let's have him.
So, depending on the verses, Krishna is kind of a facetious mood to the devotee, the most exalted of all the devotees. But it is here.
We can't hear.
You cannot hear me? This is not, they couldn't hear?
Is it?
Can't hear you on Zoom.
Oh, the battery died. Could you hear Jai Govinda when he was speaking?
Yes.
Yeah, the battery just died, so we're getting a new mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, very well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, no. I'm gonna cry. I feel like that. No. So, yes, Krishna is being facetious because the gopis, of all devotees, they are the most advanced. So, do they really need this kind of instruction? No. But for those who would think the gopis are ordinary people, then they might be happy. Okay, now they can, or they identified with them. Now they can be pacified, thinking that, oh, it's terrible. Krishna is that up there, and they can feel pacified by even those instructions. Those instructions are for people that are not on the platform of the gopis. They can take advantage of these instructions, because it's always fulfilling so many layers of purposes. Okay. So, and also now concerning, this is funny. So now concerning, you were mentioning so many times, putting tilak, putting dhotis, one might wrongly feel that this is useless, but it is not useless. I can tell from my own experience, when I put the dhoti and tilak, I feel purified. So it's also part of the process, not to be diminished. Of course, we want to go deeper, but also this is also very much helping, because it is part of the behavior. It's my behavior, it's in some actions. And I put some faith in this, some respect into the dress. And it is a gross action that is actually influencing the subtle platform of someone's consciousness. It is definitely affecting someone's consciousness to do those things. So it is not to be diminished, overlooked. Now, according to beastly behavior, I have an interesting story. When there's a pack of coyotes, they're a very smart animal, actually. And let's say there's a male dog in the distance. So they're dog-eat-dog kind of mentality. They actually they will eat other animals, and they will eat cats or other dogs. So what they do, they send a female to allure the male dog away, let's say from his master, from the house, into an open field. And the pack is hidden in the wood. So when he wants to go and mate with that female, then they attack him. So the same behavior is used by human beings. They're called gypsies. What they do, they use one of their female, beautiful young lady, to lure some kind of male, a young male they see fit and strong, so they can use him. Yeah, so he will go and join them, and that's how they grow. In fact, they can, in some cases, like this we have in the cities, it's called the Black Widow scam. Do you know about this? Ever heard about this? Also, the Black Widow scam, it works in this way. So there are a group of people, males and females, and the youngest, nicest female goes into a bar or someplace, and she befriends. Yeah, the internet. But the Black Widow is done in person, so they will befriend a male, and then to the point that this male think, oh, this woman is interested in me, and then he will invite her to have sex with her, let's say, in a hotel room. And then they will buy, let's say, some champagne, some wine, and then when he's not looking, she puts a drug to. That's true. This is going on in Vancouver quite frequently. In all major cities of the world, this is a very, very common scam. So the person falls asleep. So they take all of his clothes. Of course, their credit cards, money, credit card, keys, the car. They steal everything from this person. And then he wakes up naked, in the room, he doesn't know what happened, there's nobody around, all his belongings are gone. So this is beastly, an example of beastly behavior.
That's a good example of beastly behavior.
That's how Krishna Das was lured away from Lord Chaitanya. Was one of the women of the Bhattataris. And Prabhupada mentions that they used the women to capture men. Beware.
Beware the gypsies, eh? Okay. Okay. I don't think there's many around these days.
Well, no, actually.
Gypsies?
In Europe, there's tons of them, thousands and thousands.
Mm.
It's still around.
Anybody else have something you'd like to?
I
add?
remember
Yes.
even the female elephant is used to lure the big elephants to come and they fall into the ditch. That is another one I remember when you're telling me.
And the horn, right? The sound of the horn, which is basically called the female. And also just any kind of music. Actually, the hunters in the wild, they just play, they have a little radio to play music, and then the deer will come and see what is this all about.
Mhm. Basically, it's the average male has so little control over their senses that they're quite, the average male has very, very little control of any of senses. So it's like if it's not this is another thing, or they can easily be captured by material energy.
Definitely, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Anybody on?
Hare Krishna.
Yes, Prabhu. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu. Another excellent class, as I would definitely agree with Jayavanda Prabhu for sure. So many examples of Chaitanya Charitamrita Leelas, which is really wonderful. And your point of mind control, and then you are talking about the behavioral control, like how we behave is important. So it really is helpful for us at our level. Where we cannot think about the Brahma Nirvanam right now, at least we should be able to control our behaviors. And through controlling behaviors, we should be able to control our mind. And this is like going outward to inward rather than controlling the mind, and therefore the behaviors are controlled. But now we are looking from outside. So in other words, it gives us an option to reflect on our actions at every moment. That are we doing the right thing? Are we doing the right thing? That by controlling the behavior, we try to control our mind. So your examples are exemplary in that regard. That how we should, as a devotee, we should behave. And I really liked. It's a very practical. What you explained is very practical, because otherwise we will be thinking that we are somewhere, but then we are nowhere actually. That's a big predicament for all of us. If we don't know our exact position where we are, our what do you call where we are in the trajectory of spiritual journey. If we don't know where we are, then that will be very difficult. And one way to best judge that is our behavioral pattern, how we behave and what we do in what circumstances, how we do. And it's very important lesson that you gave for us, and I really appreciate that. I'm just appreciating, no question, just appreciating that. So thank you very much for this wonderful enlightening class, practical class.
Thank you, Nandagopal Prabhu. I appreciate that feedback, comments. I think that it's especially important for us because we're trying to have a community and bhakti yogis. So how we behave and interact with each other is so important. It either makes it or breaks it, really, in terms of being able to have a community together and make progress together. And to Krishna. Thank you, Prabhu. Anybody else on Zoom like to comment?
Thank you, Prabhu. very detailed class. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Srimad. Thank you for being here on Zoom.
Thanks, Prabhu.
Haribo. Okay, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Srimad Bhagvatam ki jai, Nitai Gaur Premanandi. Haribo. Thank you. Thank you, Nitaram Prabhu. Today's class will be in the evening by Radhika Devi Dasi Mataji on this channel itself. Thank you. Little paraphernalia for all of you. This is from the Guru Puja. This is Mangalarti one. This is Srila Prabhupada's translation, book production, distribution, and studying. Let's chant 3 times the Mahamantra for the benefit of all the living entities, especially for our new temple construction. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Thank you once again. Have a wonderful day. Hare Krishna.
Jai Jai Ram, Shri Ram, Shri Ram, Jai Jai Ram, Shri Ram, Shri Ram, Jai Jai Ram, Shri Ram, Shri Ram, Jai Jai Ram, Shri Ram, Jai Shri Ram, Jai Jai Ram, Shri Ram, Jai Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Shri Ram, Sita, 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 Raghupati Raghav Raja Ram, Patita Pavana Sitaram, Raghupati Raja Ram, Patita Pavana Sitaram, Raghupati Patita Pavana Sitaram, Jai Jai Ram, Shri Ram, 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 Jai Jai Ram, Jai Ram, Shri Ram, Jai Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram, Shri Ram, Jai Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram, Shri Ram, Jai Shri Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Sita Ram, Jai Jai Ram, 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 Sita Ram, Jai Jai Ram.
Patita Bhavata Dhamavata Samabhat Tita Brahma Patita Bhavana Heta Dhamavata Samabhat Tita Brahma Aha Prabhu Nityananda Premananda Suke Vipavana Kana Govinda Ami Bhagavati Aha Prabhu Nityananda Premananda Suke Vipavana Kana Govinda Ami Bhagavati Jaya Koro Sita Pati Advaita Gosa Deva Deva Chaitanya Jaya Koro Sita Pati Advaita Gosa Deva Deva Chaitanya Aha Swami Sanatanda Uparaguna Vato Juga Si Jiva Babu Lakanda Uparaguna Adiga Si Jiva Babu Lakanda Aha Swami Sanatanda Vato Juga Si Jiva Babu Lakanda Aya Ganasya Jaya Shiniti Ramachandra Sangha Daya Ganasya Jaya Shiniti Ramachandra Sangha Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare Mumachu Deva Sumanam Si Mudanvitaha Mandam Mandam Jaladhara Jaghaju Anusagaram. Sumanam simutandita manda manda jaladhara jagajuran sagaram nishititamapudhuti jaya mane janadanu devakyam devarupinyam Vishnu sarvagnasayo avirasidyata prachaya Tisindureva pushkalaha devakyam devarupinyam Vishnu sarvagnasayo Mumachurnayo deva Sumanam simudandita Manda manda jalatara Jagajurana sagara Mumachurnayo deva Sumanam simudandita Manda manda jaladhara Jagajurana sagaram Nishititama udhuti Jaya mane janardane Devakyam devarupinyam Vishnu sarvaguhashaya Nishititama udhuti Jaya mane janardane Devakyam devarupinyam Vishnu sarvaguhashaya Avirashidyata prachayam Tisindureva pushkalaha Devakyam devarupinyam Vishnu sarvaguhashayam Devakyam devarupinyam Vishnu devakyam Vishnu sarvaguhashayam
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Bolo Bolo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo, bolo. Hare Krishna. Everybody together, very loudly. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama. Hey Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Kuchukramcha. Hare Krishna. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Very loudly. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Bono. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody together, listen close to follow. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna. Hari Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Ram Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hey! Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Gaura Hare, Hare Krishna,
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Daya Karo Mare Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Daya Karo Mare Tama Vina Kedam Jagat Sansare Toma Bina Kedam Jagat Sansare Patita Pavana Bhagavatam Patita Pavana Hetu Bhagavatam Osama Patita Prabhu Patita Samapatita Apaibea Prabhu Nitai Nanda Premananda Sukhi Prabhu Nitai Nanda Premananda Sukhi Kripa Bolo Kana Guru Kripa Bolo Kripa Bolo Kana Guru Kripa Bolo Daya Koro Sitapati Advaita Gosam Daya Koro Sitapati Advaita Gosam Kava Kripa Kulipa Chaitanya Nita Mahaswarup Sanatana Rupa Raguna Swarup Sanatana Rupa Raguna Vakajuna Shiva Prabhu Kana Vakajuna Shiva Jaya Guru Shri Acharya Prabhu Srinivas
Daya Koro Shri Acharya Prabhu Shri Ramachandra Sangamare Narukamara Ramachandra Sangamare Narukamara Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Daya Karo Mohe Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Daya Karo Mohe Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Krishna Kirtana Vanana Pano Premamritam Bani Veera Veera Jana Priyau Priyakarau Nirmatarau Pujitau श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरो भुवि भुव भारावहंतारको वंदे रूप सनातन भुजगं श्री गोपाल को कृष्ण कीर्तन कानन तन परो प्रेमामृतम पनिधि धीरा धीर जन प्रिय प्रिय करो निर्मत्सर पूजितो नाना शास्त्र विचार नहीं कनिकुन सद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणो त्रिभुवने मन्नौ शरण्यात्मनो नाना शास्त्र विचार कनिकुन सद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणो त्रिभुवने मन्नौ शरणाकरौ राधा कृष्ण पदारविंद भजनानंदेन मत्वालिको वंदे गोपसनातनो रघुजीव श्रीजीव गोपालको कृष्ण कीर्तन कानन तन परो प्रेमामृतम पनिधि श्री चैतन्य कृपाभनो भुवि भुव भारावहंतारको वंदे रूप सनातन भुजगं श्री जीव गोपालको श्री गौरांग गुणार्णवन विधौ सध्यासं धार्मिकं